estamos transmitiendo.
Ya se empezó. ¿Empiezo entonces?
Ya estamos entonces. ¿Ya apagaste el micrófono? ¿Vas a apagar la cámara?
No les voy a presentar. Entonces ya la gente ya está viendo y eso, ¿cierto?
Sí, ya.
Ay, thank you
Activa el
so
micrófono.
much.
Empieza.
Yes. Hello everybody, how are you?
Can you see the screen, the one from Canva?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Does it look good, like on big size?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank
We
you.
started the
Okay.
session. We just started the session, okay? I can see your screen, everything is okay. I can see the
Perfect.
presentation and I can see you, okay? So we have some people
Awesome.
already in the session, okay? So we have
Okay.
Adri Ramirez, we have Sergio Lopez. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I think we can wait just a couple of minutes so other teachers log in,
Perfect.
okay?
Yeah, we have time. Actually,
Perfect.
we have time. Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry, we have a question. You are going to record this session, yes?
Yes, actually it is on YouTube, so I don't need to do anything else. So,
Okay,
Perfect.
it's gonna be
Nice.
recorded.
Perfect.
Thank you.
yes,
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
sure. Okay, it's not 12 yet, so let's wait just a couple minutes to see if someone else logs in, okay? Okay, guys, what do you say? Should we start? Think it's time? Yes?
Okay. Perfect. Go ahead. Start.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to this session of National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Juan David Herrera and Sebastián Flores from Centro Colombo Americano, Armenia. Juan David Herrera Rios has a degree in modern languages with an emphasis of English and French. He's passionate about teaching and is motivated by being able to transmit knowledge to his students. Sebastián Flores Gómez has a degree in modern languages from Universidad del Quindío and currently has been teaching at Colombo Americano for over 6 years to children, teens, and adults. He has had the opportunity to attend several webinars, conferences, and events to learn more about teaching and pedagogy practices. Okay? So today they will be leading a session on English in 60 seconds. Okay? Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Juan David and Sebastián. Okay, guys, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, how are you?
Hey, hello. Okay, now we want to start this session, yes, by saying something to you. Like, hey, imagine this. You have only 60 seconds, yes, to teach English. What would you teach in that 60 seconds? Maybe a grammar rule, maybe an example, or maybe a real life situation. So my name is Juan David, as you know, here with Sebas, and today we will discover how just in 1 minute you can transform an English class in something different. Yes,
Something innovative as well.
yes, yes, because they are going to learn a topic in 60 seconds or less than that. We are going to tell you how that's going to happen. Okay?
Okay, guys. Welcome everybody. As my partner was telling us, we're going to be describing our innovative project in 4 different aspects through the presentation. We're going to be dividing it into 4 characteristics. Like, for example, the first, we have understanding the English and 60 seconds activity framework. Yes, we're going to be discussing the objectives, how the implementation of it will help us to implement and develop oral skills in our classrooms, okay, through different contexts. And as next step, we're gonna experience creating like the video. It could be from 30 to 60 minutes, to 60 seconds, sorry, long, and it's going to be as well as a video or an audio, okay? The third aspect is going to be the pedagogical benefits, okay? How it will help us, because we are also going to learn from students to use the digital media and how we can implement it in classrooms. Okay?
Yes, yes, and remember that social media is something important nowadays because they are using that kind of technology all the time. So we are going to, and in this case, the problem is not the social media, yes, or the technology. The real problem here is that the way which we use it, yes. So we are going to talk a little bit about that. Okay.
Exactly. And finally, we're going to be going through the digital safety guidelines. Okay. Why? Because we need to be aware that we are like projecting or we're being giving feedback through different projects from the students. So we need to be aware that we need to protect their security.
Yes.
We need to have some consent in order to do these kind of activities. So we need to be aware of these digital tools. And also we need to be aware that through this social media, like they are used to use it every day, it's not only as a way of entertainment, but we can use it also as a communicative approach and also as academic purpose.
Yes,
Okay?
teacher, and I think that this is the most important aspect here. Yes, the security, yes, the safety when they are in social media. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Let's start. So imagine that you are going. Imagine that one of your students is watching a video. Yes, like on TikTok. Yes, remember that nowadays they use a lot of TikTok, and in that way they are learning. They are getting a lot of information, a lot of input. Let's think about it. They are learning. I don't know if you know the trending that is nowadays. There are the names of some animals. Yes, they are like it's a mix between an animal and a machine.
Yeah.
Do you
And they are
remember?
Italian.
Yeah, I don't know all the names, but the students learn all that vocabulary, or they get a lot of input from those videos, really short videos. Yes, well, that is famous because they only the students get bored quickly. Yes, they don't like to watch long videos
Or too much grammar.
or too much grammar. Exactly, yes. So in this case, they only watch a short part of a video and they get and learn about that easily. Yes.
Exactly.
So in that way, we think about it. So like, hey, we can do the same. Yes, something short. In that way, they are going to explain something because they guess that they explain something. So and they are going to do it. So let's imagine if they learn that if they get all open sorry that information, yes, from internet. So imagine if they do it by themselves, if they learn something with kind of videos, yes.
Exactly.
So that we are going to do today.
Exactly.
Yes.
Not only like in a textbook or in class, but in an interactive way, in a funny way, like it could be more meaningful and more engaging, right?
Yes, it will be good. So no. So before to continue, we want you to think about this question. You can write your answer on the chat, yes, and then you can share with us. So, do you think that young people know more about technology than adults? So think about it. If you want to answer, please answer on the chat, and we are going to to read about it. Okay. So as you know, we live in a digital era. Yes, and people use technology for everything. Yeah, ChatGPT, social media, everything that they can use to make their life easier. Yes. So, but that doesn't mean that they know a lot of things about technology. So people used to think that young people, hey, this boy know more about technology than adult people. Yes. So, but this is not true, not at all. I call this aspect Sebas partial knowledge. Why? Because they know how to use those kind of some of technology, sorry, but they don't know everything about technology. Or they use only, like I say, only scroll down and scroll down and scroll down. So we can use this aspect as a good tool, yes, as a good tool to build the knowledge, to have a good educational path. Yes.
Exactly.
So that's why I call in my, I mean, this is my opinion. I know I call this partial knowledge. Yes. So we are going to discuss a little bit about that. Yes?
Exactly, guys. So let's break that process step by step. Okay, of course, we're gonna mention some aspects such as definition. We're gonna involve the objective, like the main objective of the process, and of course, we're going to do the activity with you. Okay, you're gonna help us with today's session as well. So, guys, let's check a little bit about our definition. Students may create 30 to 60 seconds of a video or audio. Okay, what is the idea of the activity? They're going to record. It could be a video, a short video, maximum a minute, remember? Or if they are very shy or they wouldn't like to show their faces, they're going to record a short audio, like the ones, for example, we could send like on a WhatsApp note. It could be, for example, like an Instagram reel. It could be like a TikTok clip, like this kind of tools. But in this case, it's going to be implemented in a classroom, okay? And of course, it has dual focus, okay? What is the main objective? We're gonna divide that into two different aspects, okay? The first one is like the quick grammar explanation. They're going to explain like some rules about some grammar. It could be, for example, simple present, simple past, there is, there are. They are going to explain that a little bit. They're gonna be our teachers as well. And the second aspect is how that can be implemented in a real life context. For example, something from taking a shower as a daily routine, from to, for example, explaining something that they did on their last vacation using simple past. Okay, something very common, very important, but of course, it's part of their lives. So it's meaningful to them. Okay.
Yes, yes. The idea with this project is that they feel like familiar with something that they really know. Yes,
Exactly.
they know how to use that kind of technology, the video, social media, the scroll down all the day. So the idea is that we create something. Yes, we can call this like a bank. Yes, in which they save all those kind of videos with grammar, and they get information about something that they need. Hey, we are going to practice for a quiz. let's check some short videos, and if we have questions, we can ask to the teacher or a classmate or whatever. Yes.
Exactly.
So you can use, they can use, yes, those kind of videos, yes, in order to practice, to get more information. Yes. So that's the idea with this project. And it is something that I really, really like about it, and is that we can, it is like, I call this learning by teaching. Yes. And actually, I used to do that kind of activity with my students. As hey, today you are going to be the teachers. So please explain to your classmates about this topic. Please give us a sample. You are going to do activities. You are the teacher. So this project is something similar. Yes, because they are going to be in charge to do that. Yes, and they are going to explain, and they are going to practice, not only to display but practicing. Yes,
Exactly.
it is good.
And it's something that they love. For example, we know that they love watching TikToks, as my colleague mentioned, like scrolling down. So why not implementing that in our classroom in a engaging way? And of course, developing those oral skills, improving pronunciation, reinforcing vocabulary. I mean, it's a really meaningful tool that we can use in our
Yes.
everyday classes.
Think about all the information that they get all day. Yes, they learn about a lot of things. So they are going to learn, but in this case, English. Yes.
Exactly.
Yo les
Okay.
decía en los
Let's
comentarios.
continue.
Okay, guys. Before that, we're going to give you some examples based on grammar structures, like common classes we may do every day. Some aspects, for example, it could be simple present, okay? Something for explaining, like subject, verb, complement. We could do examples such as, for example, I wake up at 7 o'clock, then I eat breakfast at 7:30. Or, for example, it could be like simple past. I ate a hamburger yesterday, or I visited my grandfather last weekend.
Yes, prepositional place. All the
Prepositional
topics
place.
are ready to explain, like presenting in a real context, like in a real life situation. So in this way, they can do it.
Exactly. And of course, we need to take into account all contexts. Yes, it's not only about implementing in the classroom, but also it could be, for example, in our homes, okay, different contexts. It could be at work, it could be at school. So they know that they can use this strategy or this learning in different contexts. Okay,
Yes, good.
exactly,
Very
guys.
good.
So, guys, you'll help us with the practice, okay?
Yes.
Okay, so let's practice, guys. What are you going to do? Well, you're gonna help us with by doing some videos, okay? We're going to explain the process. We're gonna give you some time, and we're gonna explain the step by step, okay? So this is what we call modeling, practicing dialogue, and recording. Okay.
Yes.
In the first part, you're going to do the pre-grammar explanation. It could only take like from 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some time to write down some ideas, some grammar explanation structures. The second part is practicing dialogue. Okay, you're gonna implement like the most important part, that is the real life example from 20 to 30 seconds. And finally, the recording process. You're gonna record a video or an audio. Remember, if you don't want to show your face, it could be pictures, you could use emojis or slides, or for example, projecting a landscape or a background
Yeah.
on your
So
video. Okay?
yes, we know that you don't have, we don't have, sorry, a lot of time to do something more like complex. Yes,
Exactly.
but you can record a
Something simple.
landscape. If you don't want to show your face, don't worry. We know that some people they are shy. Yes, they are shy sometimes. So don't worry. You can record a landscape. But the most important thing here is that you think about one topic. Okay, I'm going to explain this topic, and I only have 10 or 15 minutes to explain how I'm going to do it. So be ready to do that. We are going to give you 10 minutes to do that. So think, hey, I'm going to explain this. I only have 15 seconds. So what I'm going to do, when you get that information, yes, after that you are going to like a kind of conversation in a real context. If you have someone near to you that can help you, you can use it, yes.
Yeah.
And or if you want to speak by yourself or in front of a mirror or doing whatever you want.
Exactly.
The idea is that you feel What?
Yeah, like you're expressing your creativity as well. Because exactly,
Perfect.
like you
Yes.
picture yourself in your mind, like you're doing a TikTok, you're recording yourself doing an Instagram reel. So we're gonna be like kind of influencers, like TikTokers here. Okay, guys.
Yes, because you can
Uh-huh.
do it like fast, fun, and real. If you want, you can share something fun, funny conversation with someone. Yes, or even
Exactly.
something like
Yes.
the real life. Okay,
Exactly,
real
guys.
fun. Okay, so we are going to show you
A QR code.
okay,
Exactly.
yes.
And of course, guys, take into account that we're gonna give you some minutes. We're gonna give you 10 minutes.
You have 10 minutes.
You're
Yes.
gonna have 5 minutes for writing down your ideas, how to record your video, for example, and the grammar and the example, and 5 minutes to record and send your videos. Okay. By the meantime, guys, don't forget that in the classrooms, we need to be aware of the privacy of the students. Remember, it's for academic purposes only. You can, with their consent, you can
Yes.
share their videos or audios in the WhatsApp group or in the classroom, but not make them public.
Okay, yes. In this case, because we know that you are adults, so but yes, we must consider this aspect. Yes. Okay. So please join to this WhatsApp group, and when you finish after the 10 minutes, you are going to send the videos there. After that, we are going to make like we are going to show some of the videos in order to give some examples.
Outcomes,
Yes.
some outcomes, and we're gonna show you some rubrics.
Okay. Yes. So go
Exactly.
ahead. You have 10 minutes. We are going to wait for the videos. Okay.
Guys, we're seeing some videos. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to upload your video to the WhatsApp group. Join with the QR code. Remember, it could be a monologue, a simple dialogue. You can even though record a video or it could be an audio. Okay, we're gonna be back. Guys, we've got 7 minutes more. Guys, 2 minutes. Okay, guys, it's time. So please send your videos. We're gonna be checking some of them, and we're gonna do like some outcomes. We're gonna do some feedback, and of course, we're gonna be sharing the benefits, the digital tools in terms of security, and we're gonna be having time for some questions. Okay.
Okay, now we are going to share one of the video that one teacher sent to us. Yes, so I'm going to share here the WhatsApp. Please, okay, give me a second. And here we have the teacher Mateo Pozo. He shared his video, so we are going to share this video. So let's check.
Okay, so very fast. I was thinking about the simple present that is very easy. So the structure is the subject and the verb. Very easy. For example, I play soccer. Remember that in the third person singular we add the s, so she plays soccer. So how can we use this like in a conversation? Maybe you can ask like, do you like pizza? The answer could be yes, I like pizza. No, I don't like it. Or maybe you can ask for someone else. So does she like pizza? Yes, she does. No, she doesn't. Or maybe you can ask for things that happen often or always, like, do you always go to the playground? Yes, I always go to the playground. No, I never go. Okay?
Exactly.
Okay,
Very
really
good,
good.
guys. Thank
Really
you so much
good.
for sharing it.
Okay, so
Good teacher. So the teacher share with us. Yeah, we are going to listen that too. His experience by doing this activity. Okay, so listen.
doing the video was easy. It took several shots, but I think at the end I got it. I had to check the information, but it was good. Maybe I need to be more, more of an extrovert, and maybe it would work.
Okay, good. Now imagine this, teacher. Imagine this, but with a classmate, with a group of friends. Yes, in the classroom, doing the activity together. So we can have more like funny videos. They can have more ideas. Yes, and in a way to do it. So yes, it was really good. Thank you, teacher.
Mhm.
We
And as
really
well,
appreciate it.
exactly. And as well, with this particular method, with this strategy, by doing the activity, we can develop social emotional skills, we can develop fluency. So it's really good to implement this by taking into account, as the teacher mentioned in the audio, different strategies, real life situations. So it's really engaging and funny. Okay?
Yes. So here we have like a positive rubric. Yes, the idea is that we give them grades, but in a positive way. You can organize that kind of rubric as you wish. But the idea is that we always give them like a positive feedback. Yes, they feel confident. They always think, hey, I'm doing great. I can improve. Yes, I can improve, but it doesn't really matter because they are learning, and that's the process. Yes. So it is good. It's a good way to implement that positively. Okay.
Exactly. Like implementing our rubrics as formative as possible.
Yes.
To develop those skills on them.
Yeah. Motivation is something important for them. So that kind of rubric can help them to improve that aspect. Yes. Good.
Okay, guys. So we're gonna be taking into account some aspects such as pedagogical benefits. Okay. As we mentioned before, we're going to develop and reinforce vocabulary and pronunciation. Okay. We can do it as a way of feedback in the class. And of course, there are going to be micro performances. They're going to do like long presentations, like very complicated things, but they're going to do it in a fun way, and they're going to engage by the using the grammar aspects. Okay.
Mhm.
And about the grammar internalization.
Yes. So we are going to we talk about this one. Like we know that there are different ways to learn English. Yes. So in that way they can like share videos with some people maybe around the world. Why not? Yes. They can know more rules about maybe a place where grammar is given different. Yes. So we can think about that. We can think about the grammar in different ways, different kind of English. Yes, exactly. We can do that.
And of course, it's going to be flexible. It could be a video, it could be an audio. Like we give them the
Options.
different options
Yes.
to do their process.
Mhm.
And of course, why not learning digital tools or the use of these social media?
Yeah.
We can, as well as teachers, we can learn like how to edit videos, how to record Instagram reels. I mean, we're not used to this kind of technology. We can learn from students as well. They know more about this. So it could be a dual process.
Yes, and we can use the technology that we already have. Yes, to create that kind of video. We can have then. Hey, we can have a class of 15 minutes, teaching the student how they are going to create a video with images, or if they are not shy, they can show the faces. Yes, or if they want to use only the voices, it will be okay.
Exactly.
Yes, good. So remember, with this project, we are looking for the goal of this project is to use the social media, the technology, but in a good way, because we know that they are using all that kind of technology all the time. Yes, and they get a lot of information from that. So why not use it in a good way? Yes.
Okay, guys. Let's do this briefly. We're going to have aspects in digital safety. Okay, we have first personal info. Please don't share personal information from students.
Mhm.
We're going to have keep it as private as possible. We can use Google Drive. We could use WhatsApp or system from the institution. It could be Moodle, like different tools in order to keep it safe.
So the good thing here is that as the videos are only 60 seconds, we can send them through the WhatsApp group. Yes, we can create a group where they send all those videos, and we can create the bank of videos there. Yes, and name the video with okay explanation of simple present, preposition of place. Yes, and they can use it when hey, we are going to have a quiz. Let's check the video. Let's start with the video. Hey guys, you are going to have a quiz. Study with the video because I'm going to use the topics from the videos for the quiz, so they can do it in that way. Yes.
And of course, we need the consent required. We're going to inform the students previously. If it's not in the main of a homework, they may report at home. So we need to be aware of the different spaces it could be taken of. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
And if we are going to use a video for something, an explanation, a presentation, or something like that, yes. Remember that we need the permission for parents. Yes.
Exactly.
So it
Especially
is.
when they're young, like we
Yes.
could have an oral assessment, like oral activities, so we need to inform them clearly. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, guys.
So I think that it will be everything. Yes,
Yeah.
teacher.
Okay,
Yes.
guys, that's it.
That's
So,
time for the questions.
yes, guys,
Yes.
we're gonna have some time for questions. Please leave them on the chat, and we're gonna be answering all of them. Okay.
Yes. If you have any question, please let us know. Yes.
Yeah.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
guys.
Okay, guys, so we have some people connected, but I don't have any questions yet. So this is an invitation for everybody to write your questions or your comments, insights on this presentation. So go ahead.
Please. You go. Go
Yes.
ahead. Yes.
Yes, and thanks, Mateo, for sending the video.
Yes, Rafael, thank you so much. Don't forget, guys, you can also send your suggestions, how you could implement
Mhm.
this strategy in your
In your
classes,
context,
in your
especially.
context as
Yes.
well, in your communities. Why not, right? So let's give it a try, and please send your questions, okay?
Yes. Okay, guys. take some time to write your questions and your comments. We can wait for you a couple of minutes. And please complete the session's evaluation. Please scan the code and give us your opinion about this session. Please scan the code and complete the session's evaluation. Thank you. Well, Sebastian and Juan, we don't have any questions in the chat or
Okay,
comments.
it's okay.
Yes.
It means that
So
everything is clear.
yes, yes, I think
That's
you're
good. That's
right.
good.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
good.
you're right. Yes. Okay, guys. So thank you very much to Juan David and Sebastian for sharing their insights and experience with us in this session. And thank you all for your attention and participation. We invite you to continue with the National ELT Medellin 2025 program and the different sessions we are having during the day. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your attendance.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Cierro aquí. Cierro. Okay, let's wait just a couple of minutes because it's not 2:15. Okay, so let's just wait. Okay. Okay, we will start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. I think we are ready to start. Right, Anna? Perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Ana Isabel Vélez. Anna is an anthropologist and magister in second language learning and teaching from the University of Antioquia, former teacher at a private language academy in Medellin, currently works as an English teacher at the University of Antioquia and at EAFIT University. She's interested in linguistic diversity, language ideologies, phonetics, and gamification. Okay? So today, she will be leading a session on Indian people speak weird English, a pedagogical intervention addressing Colombian students' understanding of Indian English and attitudes towards its speakers. Okay, so please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ana Isabel. Ana, you can start.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen so I can start. So hello everyone. As I was presented, my name is Ana Isabel Vélez Villegas, and I will be presenting today my thesis work, which was advised by Professor Adriana Gonzalez from the University of Antioquia. Its title is Indian People Speak Weird English, a pedagogical intervention addressing Colombian students' understanding of Indian English and attitudes towards its speakers. So, first of all, I want to thank the National English Learning Teaching Conference for this space, because for me it's very important to share my experience with other teachers that may be having similar situations in their classrooms. So this is going to be my agenda for today: an introduction, my conceptual framework, my research methodology, my findings, and my discussion. So first of all, nowadays, English is the most common language used for communication between people who don't have other languages in common. And there are many, many English varieties around the world. So in international communication, people will often encounter different English varieties. And as Colombian students are regularly exposed only to American English, they may encounter difficulties when trying to understand other English varieties. This was exactly the case of a group of advanced English students at a language center in Medellin, where I was a language instructor. They reported difficulties in understanding speakers of Indian English. So my students were mainly software developers or data analysts, and they encountered Indian English mainly into ways. Before ChatGPT, it was very common that when, for example, they had coding problems or technical problems, the, the people from the IT field would go to YouTube and look for videos of Indian YouTubers who always had a solution for their problems. So they mainly encountered high quality, free professional development resources in YouTube that were made by Indian speakers of English. And also some of them worked in international companies such as Amazon or Rappi or Mercado Libre. And they had Indian coworkers in these companies. So they had to communicate with their Indian coworkers. But they constantly mentioned that the Indian people spoke in a weird way and that it was difficult for them to understand them and to communicate with them or to get the information that was being transmitted in those YouTube videos. So previous studies have shown that unfamiliar accents can initially hinder listening comprehension, and that there are negative attitudes towards varieties other than American and British English all throughout the world. Previously in Colombia, there have been some interventions trying to expose English students to the sociolinguistic diversity of English, especially interventions on health awareness and also trying to raise awareness of world Englishes. Uh, However, there were no previous studies in Colombia about the understanding difficulties or negative attitudes towards Indian English and its speakers, uh, and there were no pedagogical interventions from the perspective of critical approaches to world Englishes. There were no studies either about the sociolinguistic diversity of English in language academies. So, in my thesis, my conceptual framework had four main components. I'm going to explain each of them. First of all, critical approaches to world English. So, initially, Castro proposed a model of three concentric circles to explain the sociolinguistic diversity or situation of English in the world, with an expanding circle, an outer circle, and an inner circle. But this initial model received many criticisms because it showed a monolithic fixed view on each circle and a lack of connection between them. And nowadays we know that linguistic communities and varieties are not as uniform or isolated as Castro's initial model maybe suggested. We know that there is constant communication and there is diversity within each circle and between circles. So I stood from the perspective of critical approaches to world Englishes as proposed by the co-title. So it expands the original concept of world Englishes by including a focus on power issues and ideologies. Power issues among Englishes, among English users, and among English and other languages. Additionally, I drew on previous studies on the particularities of Indian English, especially from the field of world Englishes, other studies about teaching pronunciation for international intelligibility from the field of English as an international language, and studies about the importance of language attitudes, meaning negotiation, accommodation, role of multilingualism in communication from the field of health research. So my second concept was Indian English, but it's important to understand that when I say Indian English, I don't refer to a variety, but to an umbrella term, because Indian English actually encompasses multiple English varieties spoken across India. So in English is spoken by more than 179 million people in India. This is only 10% of India's population, but it makes it the second largest English-speaking country in the world after the United States. English in India is very important in the areas of governance, diplomacy, education, media, science, and the publishing and IT industries. The IT industry is especially important because taking into account that India is the most populated country in the world in this moment, and that 40% of its total exports are in the IT field, it helps explain why the Indian people and the Indian English has such a wide and strong presence in the information technology field worldwide. Indian English is influenced by more than 200 native languages in India, and therefore it has its own characteristics in vocabulary, in grammar, in pronunciation, and in terms of pronunciation, it has its particularities both in segmental and suprasegmental features. What is interesting is that although insiders do perceive all this diversity of dialects, of different dialects of Indian English with its Indian, normally outsiders tend to perceive a certain homogeneity in its sounds. So that is why in this, at least in my thesis, I use Indian English from the perspective of an outsider, trying to look at most of its generalities. My third concept is understanding. So to explain what I mean by understanding difficulties, I use Smith and Nelson's framework. So Smith and Nelson divide understanding in three different levels. So the first level is intelligibility, which is literally recognizing an utterance or a word. Comprehensibility, which is understanding its meaning. And interpretability is understanding why that person said that word in that context. So apparently, phonetic and phonological differences may be an obstacle for this first level of understanding, which is intelligibility, literally recognizing what word is that person saying. So previous studies in the field of world Englishes have already worked on this concept or explored this concept of intelligibility. But it's important to say that it has had an ideological laden towards the inner circle. And language attitudes, which are the ideas or perceptions people have about different languages or its speakers, it has been documented, negative attitudes have been documented towards Indian English in many places around the world. And this is important because negative attitudes can decrease willingness to communicate and therefore hinder understanding. The good news is that language attitudes are not static and they can be transformed through pedagogical interventions. Now I will explain my research methodology, and I would like to start with my positionality. As was previously introduced, I am an anthropologist, and as an anthropologist, my perspective is shaped by critical theories on race, gender, and coloniality. But as an in-service teacher, I also value teachers' agency, I highly value linguistic diversity, and I believe that languages belong to their users. So this is important to understand what was my position in my research. And my research question was, to what extent does a pedagogical intervention focusing on distinctive phonetic features of Indian English and linguistic diversity improve both the understanding and language attitudes towards oral Indian English for advanced English learners? My study was conducted at a private language center in Medellin, where classroom interaction and the development of oral skills in American English are highly valued. So in this language center, there are maximum 6 students per session, and each session lasts for about 90 minutes. And the students encountered both different teachers and classmates each session, and to complete a level, they have 4 criteria: class attendance, platform work, tests, and conversation clubs. These conversation clubs are free spaces where teachers can freely choose the topics they want to discuss. So I saw them as an opportunity of teaching in the tracks and trying to introduce my students to at least a part of the sociolinguistic diversity of English. I was going through the authorization through an institutional authorization form. My methodology followed an action research cycle with 4 stages: reflecting, planning, observing, and acting. But as you can see, they were not consecutive, but some of them were simultaneous. And you can see in each what instruments or methods I use in each of the stages. My role was a reflective practitioner and exercising my teacher agency. So these were the data collection methods that I used. I used a reflective journal throughout the intervention, before, during, and after. I used semi-structured interviews before the intervention, class audio recordings during the development intervention, and attitudes questionnaire, verbal guide test, and dictations before and after the intervention. For the verbal guide test, YouTube shorts from the same speaker at the beginning and at the end of the intervention, and they would have to rate them. And for the dictations, I decided to use 2 different extracts from the same YouTube video to ensure consistency in topic and speaker. My pedagogical intervention had 4 sessions, and it was attitude and a phonetic instruction component on the particularities of Indian English. So the class activities mainly comprise exposure to Indian English through video and audio materials, group discussions about linguistic diversity and attitudes towards their L1, which is Spanish, and their L2, and also phonetic-related activities such as dictations, sentence guessing, and direct phonetic instruction. My participants were chosen using a convenience sample criterion with 2 main criteria: interest in learning about Indian English and availability to attend 4 sessions of the conversation clubs. So initially there were 6 participants, but 2 of them were excluded from the analysis because they could not participate in the 4 sessions of the intervention. As you can see, these were my final participants, and 3 of them are work in the IT field. Yes, they granted their permission to participate through consent form. So after analyzing my data using thematic analysis and comparing averages, I had 4 main results. The first was a broader linguistic awareness. So my students deepened their understanding of how social factors and social contexts influence language variability. So they leveraged their multilingual repertoires and their sociolinguistic knowledge to deepen or gain deeper reflections on English. So first of all, they changed their perceptions about language ownership. So before the intervention, they wanted to communicate, they wanted to learn English to communicate more with native speakers. And after the intervention, they wanted to communicate more with non-native speakers. And as you can see, they also lowered their levels of stress or their perception of stress when speaking to native speakers after the intervention. Also, they changed or they broadened their perceptions of linguistic diversity, even within Indian English itself. So one of my participants said, I could not generalize my opinion about how people speak English in India. It seems to me that it depends on the place in it. It's a giant country. They have, I think, if I'm not wrong, 9 official languages. So it might be that some people in a certain part of India speak very similarly, but in another part of India, they will speak very differently. So based on the reflection on their own language, Spanish, and its diversity, they managed to understand that in such a big country, India, there has to be also a lot of linguistic diversity. And also they changed their perception on their own varieties of English in this case. So as you can see, before and after the intervention, they reported less shame when speaking in English, or less shame of their accents in English. A second main finding were changes in attitudes. First of all, changes in attitudes towards Indian English, because they improved their language quality perception. So after the intervention, they rated the same speaker as the speaking is lower, being more clear, having a better pronunciation, and being easier to understand, even though we were using two tracks from the same speaker. And also they changed their attitude towards Indian people. Even though they had, my participants had positive attitudes towards Indian people before the intervention, they lowered their perception of the cultural barrier between India and Colombia, and they even rated the same speaker as more experimented, friendlier, and more interesting after the intervention. There were also striking improvements in understanding. So they reported increased familiarity with Indian English, less understanding problems, and slightly less listening effort after the intervention. So as you can see, before the intervention, they were only able to correctly transcribe up to 50% of the words in the Indian English dictation. But after the intervention, they managed to correctly transcribe up to 80% of the words in the Indian English dictation. Interestingly, they also improved their ability to correctly transcribe American English through the intervention. These findings could be explained in terms of increased exposure, familiarity with the Indian English phonetic features that we worked during the intervention, and also identifying and understanding the causes of understanding problems. Because understanding problems can happen due to semantics, phonetics, language knowledge, communicative context, or the idealization of how a native English speaker should sound like. Finally, my participants also showed an advocacy for critical approach to world solutions. So after the intervention, they expressed a desire to be exposed to multiple varieties. One of my students and my participants said, "We are in a country heavily influenced by the United States. In academies and elsewhere, we are almost always taught with an American accent. So this opportunity to understand other accents like the Indian one seems great to me." They wanted to be exposed as much as they could to the reality of English in the world, which is a very, very diverse language. They also changed their emphasis from a desire to have a native-like accent to be successful in communication. One of my students says, "Everybody can speak English in their own accent. I think that the real purpose is communication, right? If you can communicate and understand, it doesn't matter your accent." And also, they changed their perceptions about the use of accommodation strategies. So before the intervention, they were ashamed or afraid of asking the other person to slow down or to repeat or to rephrase or even to ask questions because they were afraid of being perceived as low proficient. And after the intervention, they increased their awareness of the existence, the usefulness, and the acceptability of using accommodation strategies to address understanding problems. This was mainly achieved thanks to the comparison with Spanish. When they got to understand that in Spanish, we also ask the other person to repeat, to slow down, to rephrase, and we are native speakers of Spanish. So accommodation strategies, they understood that accommodation strategies do not make you less proficient, they make you a better communicator. And my findings both confirmed and expanded previous knowledge about these topics. For example, about the pervasive presence of language ideologies. So even though my participants experienced a lot of changes after the intervention, they still, when asked, they still said that they prefer the American English as the variety to be taught. And this could be interpreted in the light of a preference for inner circle varieties as the varieties to be taught that has been seen worldwide in many, many latitudes. Also, this could be seen as a reflection of language ideologies, especially native speakerism, in the sense that viewing native speakers as the best model for language while discriminating or invalidating non-native speakers in the program. And this also would go in line with previous research that shows the presence of native speakerism in private language centers in Medellin. So what is the implication of these findings? That there is still a need to change or challenge existing language ideologies in our context in Colombia. Second, the importance of including alternative paradigms in ELT. So both the students in my research, and also in many other latitudes have reported a desire to be exposed to multiple English varieties after pedagogical interventions on world Englishes or English as a lingua franca. And they have also shown a shift from native accentedness to successful communication in their goals of language learning, and also improved acceptance of accommodation strategies. So these three findings show the importance of and the usefulness of including alternative paradigms in ELT for improving international communication. Third, my research also shows that leveraging on student linguistic knowledge in L1, in this case was Spanish, is useful to tackle also attitudes. So previous studies have shown, and my study confirms, that embracing the students' multilingual nature and repertoires is important. Because, for example, taking into account their own perceptions and knowledge about Spanish and how Spanish behaves and how language attitudes in Spanish, it can foster the metalinguistic reflection. So metalinguistic reflection on L1 benefits the student reflection also on about their L2. And this can potentially help challenge attitudes and existing language ideologies in their second language. This shows the potential of students with linguistic knowledge in L1 to tackle, for example, language attitudes in L2. For example, simply asking students, what is your favorite Spanish variety? Sometimes people don't know what to answer, or they say paisa Spanish. But when you ask them, what's your favorite English variety, they almost always automatically answer Indian English. But when you ask them, for example, like what is Indian English, no, American English. When you ask them, like, what is Colombian Spanish, they would say, like, teacher, there is no Colombian Spanish. There are many, many varieties of Spanish in Colombia. So when you get them to analyze, like, so what is American English? Maybe there is no American English. Maybe there are many American Englishes. Maybe there are many Indian Englishes. Maybe linguistic diversity is not only present in Spanish, it's present in all languages. And finally, the results of my study also show the importance of phonetic-related activities in improving understanding. So previous studies have shown that familiarity alone can help reduce listening effort and in many different English varieties. But additionally, phonetic instruction leads to increased intelligibility. So this has been shown in many contexts around the world. But what is important is that it not only helps to improve or to reduce listening effort and increase intelligibility, it also helps improve the perception of language quality, and it increases the willingness to communicate and positively influences the attitudes towards in multiple English varieties. So this is an argument about the usefulness of explicit phonetic instruction, not only to improve understanding, but also to improve language attitudes. So I would like to acknowledge some limitations of my study. For example, it's a small sample size, the short intervention length, and it was a challenge. The difficulty of establishing the difficulty levels in audio materials. But I recommend further research, for example, to examine the role of teachers' attitudes and ideology in their students' attitudes and ideologies. What would be, for example, the outcomes of interventions to teach accommodation strategies for effective communication, and also to analyze what would be the long-term effects on attitudes or understanding of short interventions like mine. So, in conclusion, I managed to address a practical problem in my teaching context because after the intervention, my students successfully improved their understanding of Indian English. They also improved their attitudes towards Indian English, and they gain a greater awareness of linguistic diversity and language attitudes both in Spanish and English. So I believe this is an argument about the importance of pedagogical interventions and the possibility of teaching in the cracks. I also believe that interventions like mine are possible and plausible for other contexts, for other teachers, and for other English varieties around the world. So these are my references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Ana Isabel for sharing their insights and experience with us in this session. It was very enriching. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna see if we have some questions in the chat. I haven't seen any so far, but let's invite the attendees to share their insights or questions so I can ask you. Okay, so please, if you have a question or a comment, I can share it with the presenter, with Ana Isabel. Okay, let's wait just a minute. Okay, I think we can share the QR code to complete the session's evaluation and wait just a few minutes and see if they have some comments or some questions that I can share with you. So please complete the session's evaluation, scanning the QR, and let's wait just a couple of minutes. Well, I think that will be all. I don't have any questions on the chat or comments. So thank you all for your attention and participation. We invite you to continue with the National ELT Medellin 2025 program and the different sessions we are having during the day. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Samuel Reales. He's an experienced English instructor who has taught students from diverse backgrounds and proficiency levels. He has led innovative English teaching programs for both children and adults and contributed to curriculum design and language assessment projects at the Centro Colombo Americano. For the past 8 years, Samuel has served as an Education USA advisor, guiding students in pursuing academic and professional opportunities in the United States. Through this role, he discovered his passion for professional development and has become a dedicated mentor for students seeking to expand their horizons. Education USA, a USA Department of State network with over 430 advising centers in more than 175 countries and territories, promotes U.S. higher education worldwide, and Samuel is proud to be part of this mission. Okay, uh, please join in. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Samuel Reales. Mr. Samuel, you
Good
can
after
start with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. Once again, my name is Samuel Reales, and I am the Education SA Director based in Bogota. Just for you to know, today we're going to talk about how to pursue master's degree in the United States of America, and
Listo,
uh, I'm going to talk
listo.
to
Gracias,
you
ve,
about the
pila.
opportunities that every single teacher can find in the States, not only for master's degree, but also for PhD programs. So let's start. USA, maybe some of you are not. So remember that we are a network of advisors from the State Department, and we are located or we are based at Centros Colombo Americanos in different cities. At this point, we are in Cali, we are Manizales, Pereira, Armenia, Bogota, and in Barranquilla, we are at Unisimon. Just in case if there's anybody here from Barranquilla or Cartagena who wants to look for our services, you can actually go to that center. What we do is that we pretty much give information to all students about accredited universities, and we simply give professional counseling on international education. That means that if a student like you is interested in an undergraduate program, a master's degree, we would be totally ready to help you and walk you through the process so you can
Gracias.
succeed. Um, we also have libraries where you could find material in order to prepare for tests or for in order to find information about the different steps to apply to universities in the United States of America. We're a really good group of busy people. We give workshops, we participate in educational fairs. This coming September the 17th, we're going to have a university fair coming to Bogota, 36 accredited universities that will be offering their programs. So if anybody is in town, you're totally invited and welcome to register. It's totally free, and then you're gonna have the opportunity to talk to 36 representatives from these universities. And we also talk a little bit about the Amity program. That's a special program for English teachers. Now, let's get into the nitty gritty of this presentation. Why a master's degree in the US and especially for teachers? Just for your information, I had the pleasure or the, let's say, the lack to study, to do a master's degree in the United States of America a long time ago. But I feel that I could actually find world-class universities. You're going to find some of the top universities in the States. I also made a lot of friends and I also made a lot of connections. And then my networking and professional endeavors or my professional group of contacts was actually a very good advantage of doing a master's degree in the States. You're going to find a lot of opportunities. As you know, universities in the US have a lot of opportunities for you to do research and for you to do a lot of teaching practices. That's another advantage. Another one, why do I want to do a master's degree in the States? Um, because all of us teachers, we are always looking for opportunities to grow, to learn, and but also, let's be honest, at some point, we want to be able to get a promotion or to look for other opportunities in the field. So, um, a master's degree will totally show that you are interested in advancing in training, and you're going to find a lot of these master's degrees are going to give you so many tools in terms of linguistics, pedagogy, or second language acquisition. Um, Believe it or not, I told you I did my master's degree long time ago. This was more than 15 years ago. But when I came back, I had a lot of doors opened. I could actually get into the administrative side because the master's degree that I actually did had an emphasis on administration. So these are wonderful opportunities that you're going to be able to find if you are able or if you actually apply to a master's degree in the United States of America. Now, so is it difficult or what can I do if I actually want to find a master's degree in the United States of America? The one that a lot of teachers do is actually the Master of Arts in TESOL, teaching English as a second language to speakers of other languages. It's a very common master's degree. It's going to give you kind of an overview of new methodologies and curriculum design and linguistics. There's another one which is, you know, more like which is broader, which is Master of Education. This master's degree is a little bit broader in the sense that it's going to give you more tools
Pero,
for you to apply in your
Veroncito,
classroom, but also
aquí
in
me aparece
general about
19, pero aquí yo no veo a
pedagogy,
nadie. Pues no veo
curriculum,
quién me
and
está
leadership,
escribiendo.
and also it's going to give you the tools
Pues
to
no
become
sé.
a leader in your schools. Um,
No,
there
yo no he
are
hecho
other
nada.
master's programs that are more specialized, like the ones you have on right there in the slide, the one on bilingual
Ah, ya.
education,
Bueno.
um,
Pero
or
entonces,
educational
no ha escrito
technology,
nadie.
literacy
No, no dicen
development,
nada.
or many others. Just
¡Ah! Muy
for you to
poquitos.
know,
Muy-
education in the States, especially at the level of master's degree, is going to give you so many options. I did the master's degree in TESOL, but believe me that at some point I would have liked to do something on educational technology. When I applied, to be honest, I was not so certain, and I didn't really have the support from an office like Education USA. I loved what I did, but I think I could have taken advantage of
Sí,
other options
se está
that they
escuchando
had
bien.
over there, like
Sí.
technology or
¿Ah?
literacy or anything like that. And some of these masters are more based on research, and some of these masters are more based on your professional tracks. So let me talk to you about, or let me explain to you what I mean by
De
this.
la cámara y el micrófono.
There are some masters that are going to focus a lot more on research. That is, that you are going to be asked or you're going to be required to do research and write a
Las
thesis.
preguntas. Sí,
Uh,
preguntas aquí.
I myself didn't write a
Sí,
thesis
yo lo veo que
project.
siempre
I
preguntas
did
y luego
oral
código
exams,
QR que por
and
favor
based on
enseñe.
that, I actually got my degree.
Y
It's
ya.
also a very difficult step,
Gracias, que
but
me
I
ayuden
didn't do
ustedes. Mil
research
gracias,
per
muy
se.
queridos.
If you're looking for a program that is going to give you more information about research skills, you could do that, especially for those ones who are also interested in taking the next step, which is also doing a PhD program in the United States of America. There are so many opportunities to do PhD programs in the States. I want to show you an example at the end of a teacher in Manizales. Yes, a Colombo teacher in Manizales who got a scholarship to go to a university in the States. So if you stay with me, you're going to be able to see that example.
Está bien.
Um, the structure of these programs is that you take courses the first year, and then in the second year you do a research project. So as you could see, these kind of master degree programs are more oriented to people or to teachers that are interested in doing research. Um, those ones who graduate from a program like this are students who are gonna get a very strong research and academic writing skills, meaning like those teachers that are interested in coming back to Colombia and doing research or getting involved with research, which is really trendy right now, are gonna get well prepared for that very next step, which is doing research in terms of pedagogy or linguistics. This is pretty much, or this type of programs that are focused on research are programs that are totally designed for students who want to do a PhD later on. Now, the other track or the other type of master's degree is the one that is based or focused on coursework. That means this is more practical and it's gonna teach you applications for your classroom rather than that research. That means if you're interested in coming back to your country or if you're interested in um, continuing with your classroom experience, these are master's degrees that are more focused on a regular everyday life and how to improve your teaching on a regular basis. Uh, the difference between the first one and the second one is that in this one, you're not going to have so much research. This is more on, you're going to have classes and you're going to have projects that are going to teach you how to teach strategies, how to teach pronunciation, how to teach writing, speaking. Uh, it's a little bit more practical, and you are going to have pretty much daily strategies to improve. And you don't need to work on a thesis project in this case. The students that graduate from programs like this, you're gonna pretty much get um, professional practice. That's what it is. They usually send you to classrooms to teach students from other nationalities. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that. And this is this type of masters is more for students, sorry, for teachers
Nada de
willing to
preguntas.
come back to Colombia and applying everything that they have learned in their master's
¿Qué dice?
degree.
Ese sonido,
So
¿no?
those are two different
No
types of
dice nada del
program. I
sonido
hope
de
I've
acá,
been
¿no?
clear
Está
that
bien. Ah, bueno.
you could actually go for the research
¿Cómo
track
ahí?
or to the
Pero,
professional track.
¿cómo
The
hago para
research
ver
one is the one that
el
is
chat?
going to
Otra vez se
give
me
you
fue.
elements and it's going to give you, let's say, training on how to do research. And
Puede que
this
esté
one
el
is
chat.
more the one that is going to give
Se
you
me
all
fue
the
eso.
elements for you
Ay,
to
no.
come back to Colombia and start working from the first day as a teacher. It
Bueno,
depends a lot on what you're looking for. Okay.
I don't know.
So,
Ah,
is it
se me
difficult?
fue.
Is it
¿Vuelvo a poner otra
really
vez
a
algo? ¿O no? No,
difficult
porque yo ya lo había puesto.
endeavor to
No
try
sé.
to apply for a master's degree in the
Gracias,
United
Vero.
States of America?
Ahora te molesto otra
It's
vez.
not
No te vayas
difficult at
ahí.
all.
Esa es la
Um,
tuya. Esa es la
Usually,
mía.
what you
No te
have to
vayas ahí.
show is that you have a bachelor's degree, ideally on education or English or related fields. If there is somebody here who is in his last or her last semester of his bachelor's degree or her bachelor's degree, you could also apply. But ideally, you need to have your degree by the time that you apply. You also need to show that you have an English level. I'm almost positive that you guys have that's not really a concern for you. You need to take the TOEFL and you need to take or the IELTS. And then over there in the slide, you could see what's the score that you need. Usually you can get, or they're going to ask you to get between 80 and 100 in the TOEFL or 6.57 in the IELTS. Sometimes some programs, not all of them, are going to ask for an exam that is called GRE. These are very few universities. After the pandemic, a lot of these universities became test optional, and most likely you will not have to take the GRE, but I'm putting it over there just in case. The GRE is a general academic exam that students applying to graduate school have to take. But once again, a lot of universities are making this an optional path or an optional choice. That means that if you don't want to take it, or that if you don't feel like you want to take the GRE, you don't have to do that. Okay. What do you need? You need to complete the application form. You need your transcripts. That means that you need your what we call like your grades from your bachelor's degree. The SOP, which is a statement of purpose, is a letter of motivation. Super, super important that you have a statement of purpose, because if you don't have like a very good letter of motivation, the universities might not accept you. The universities might decline or might simply not accept you as their students. You need between 2 and 3 letters of recommendation. You need a CV, and please, please be very mindful of the deadlines. Just for you to know, I'm almost positive you already know how it works, but the academic years in the United States of America start in September. If I wanted to start a master's degree in September 2026, I should be applying at this point between October, November, December in general. This is not a rule. There are it depends a lot on universities. Remember that there are more than 4,700 universities in the United States of America. So in general, I would say it's a common rule. The window for you to apply to universities start in October. It goes October, November, December, and January, and that's it. And then you could find universities that even open application until March, April, May. It might happen, yes, but in general, once again, most of the universities have a time window for students to apply to a master's degree between October and maybe February or March. You need letters of recommendations from your teachers or from somebody who could attest for your professional performance. That's pretty much it. Now, um, a very common question. Universities in the United States of America, we know that, are expensive. That's no secret, right? So, what can I get? Universities could offer you um, scholarships based on your excellent performance. So let's say that you had an excellent academic record in your bachelor's degree, but besides that, your whole application is very good, meaning like your English level is almost C1, C2, and your recommendation letters are also excellent, and also you have a lot of experience. All of that together is going to give you a possibility to get a scholarship or a merit-based scholarship for uh, you to do your master's degree. Now, is it easy to get a scholarship? It's not easy, but it's possible. Once again, if you stay with me until the end, I'm going to show you a very, very good example of a student or an advisee or a professor or teacher from Manizales, Colombo Manizales, who actually did the process with us from the beginning to the end, who actually got very good offers, financial offers. You could also go to Fulbright. You could also go to the Organization of American States, the OAS, or you could also look for scholarships that some institutions might give here, like Col Futuro or other institutions that can help you do that. Can you work while you do your master's degree in the States? Yes, you can, but you have to be very careful. You need to work on campus. You cannot work off campus, and the maximum time that you could actually work for is 20 hours. Okay. Uh, One of the most effective and, let's say, clever ways to actually study almost for free, yes, believe it or not, are assistantships. That's when I went to the States, I didn't have the money to pay for my study, so I did an assistantship. What are assistantships? These are there are graduate assistantships, there are teaching assistantships, and there are research assistantships. Let's say that you work for the university, and at the same time you're paying for your studies. That means that I could teach, and while I'll teach, I also pay for my studies through my work. Um, you could also research or help a teacher. I'm going to show you examples. And then through my research, I could actually pay my studies. So let's see. Um, Teaching assistantships. Okay, so these are examples of some teaching assistantships. Um, let's say that you got accepted to a university. The university said, you told the university, you know what, I don't have the resources to pay for your program. We know, the universities in the States are very expensive. So what? So the university says, okay, based on the fact that you have experience, that your English level is very good, based on the fact that you wrote a very good statement of purpose, and based on the fact that the whole package for the application to the university was excellent, we're going to give you a possibility to do a teaching assistantship. What can I do? I can teach English as a second language composition, or you can also
Se me
teach
va del celular, se
writing
me va
courses.
el chat.
You can
Yo no
also
sé por
teach in
qué.
the IEP. That's what I did
Ah, es
actually,
ahí.
which is you can teach
Ah, ya,
grammar,
listo. Ay,
reading,
mil
or
gracias.
conversation
Bueno, no hay
classes
nadie, nadie
to
preguntó acá
short-term
nada.
international
Qué
students.
raro.
So
Ay, no.
the
Bueno,
IEP, the Intensive English
ahí
Program,
solo
is
11.
a program that is designed
Ah, bueno, esperemos
specifically
a ver. Dale.
for international
Eso,
students.
sí.
So that's another
Ah,
way.
bueno,
So what
listo.
do? You teach,
Ah,
and
sí.
you don't get paid directly. It doesn't go to your pocket, but it goes to your tuition. That's how
Gracias.
you actually pay for your studies. You also have conversation patterns, and you have, which is, helping students develop speaking skills. That's also a possibility. Okay. Now, so I just talked about teaching assistantship. There's also another category within assistantships, which is research assistantships. Students can actually work on a research project uh, related to your field, related to linguistics or bilingual education or second language acquisition. What would you have to do? You have to help the teacher or help the professor collect data. You have to observe classes, you have to do interviews, pretty much do research. That's another possibility. So remember, you can be a teacher, you could be a researcher, and that's a very good way for you to actually minimize the payment that you're going to have to give to the university to study. Now, besides teaching and besides researching, you can also do some administrative assistantships or administrative activities. Like what? Like support, like you could support students with writing assignments, or you could also work in a specific office. You can also help with curriculum development, or you can also help organizing events. The university is going to decide the profile that you have in order to assign activities based on your profile. So you're strong. Let's say that you have a lot of experience, but you also have, it seems like you have some organizational skills, because back in Colombia, you had a very administrative role. The university might say, oh, this is a candidate that can give us a hand in the department of linguistics to organize activities or to help other students. Um, I, for example, had a student who applied to a university called Ball State University, and that student didn't do research assistantship, he didn't do teaching assistantship, he did a graduate assistantship. What was his role? He needed to be in charge of organizing the rooms and the houses for graduate students. So that means he had to administer, or he had to take care of the new students coming to the university, organizing the houses, organizing the rules of the houses, and making sure that everyone would have a very good experience. You can also work um, in a technology or instructional role, meaning like you can manage online learning platforms like Canvas or Blackboard or Moodle for a language course. You can actually develop teaching materials or instructional videos. So as you could see, the possibilities are really, really interesting. And you know, all of you, I'm positive, have excellent skills, and you have a lot of experience. So based on that, on those skills and based on that experience, the university is going to decide what is it that I can ask this student to do, and at the same time, he would actually pay for his or her studies. Uh, what are the steps to apply? Usually, we would ask you to apply to 5 to 8 universities. Super important is for you to check the requirements, whether you need a language test, you need what are the requirements for the GPA, your experience. You need to prepare your SOP. Remember, SOP stands for statement of purpose, or your CV and your recommendations. Once you have gathered all the information, all the documents, all you have to do is apply online in the university website. Um, when you want to get financial aid, that means when you get a scholarship or you want to get an assistantship, everything that I have talked about, you could do it in 2 ways. One way is that you apply to the university, at the same time you express the financial need that you have in order to be able to cover the cost of your studies. There are other universities that are not going to give you the money from the very beginning. What you have to do is get accepted to the university and then apply for the scholarship or for the financial aid. I hope I'm making myself clear. Since there are so many universities, some universities just give you the money once they accept you for that school. So that means from the get-go, from the very beginning, they'll say, yes, we're going to support you. Other universities make you go through the process to apply. If you get accepted, they'll see whether you are eligible for financial aid. And then once you get accepted, you have to get ready for your visa appointment. Remember, every single student that goes to the United States is going to go with an F1 student visa. And that's actually the document that you have to take to the embassy is actually the I-20, that little number that is in parentheses. You have to pay SEVIs, and sometimes they're going to ask you for an interview. Okay. Now, what are some of the tips, or what's actually the most important part for you to keep in mind when applying to universities for a TESOL program or anything related to education? Highlight classroom experience. You have to really, really show your classroom experience in your statement of purpose. You also need to emphasize research interests such as language acquisition, bilingualism, literacy. Every single initiative to do research is something that you should highlight in your CV and in general in your application. Okay. Um, please, recommendation letters from former teachers are crucial for you to be accepted to universities. Something that we have or we continue to see is that some professors sometimes commit to write those letters, and sometimes they don't because they don't have the time. Sometimes they do, but the letters of recommendation are a little bit weak. So make sure that you ask for those recommendation letters ahead of time. Minimum 2 months before, guys, because I see a lot of students that come to my office sweating it, suffering because the teacher simply doesn't provide the letter of recommendation. Okay. Um, Super important is for you to join all those opportunities like webinars, information sessions that we do here in Education USA. But in general, when you go to different universities, those universities are going to organize so many webinars, presentations, info sessions for you to get information about it. This is a little secret. The secret is that uh, you might get spotted or you might be noticed if you actually show interest. How do you do this? Remember, American universities or US universities are going to make sure to follow you in the process. So the more interest you show, the more opportunities or the more, let's say, chances you have to be accepted to university. They have software that can track you. So every time you get into the web page, every time you attend a presentation, they will know that you actually did that. So presence and showing interest are key for your process. Um, you can contact us at the end. I want to show you our number if you need advising. I don't know how to do this. Can you check my documents? Can you check my statement of purpose? Can you check my CV? Education SA, once again, in Medellin. Well, Medellin at this point, we don't have one, but we will. But Armenia, Cali, Pereira, um, we also have Barranquilla. We are and Manizales. You will have advisors like me who are going to be able to give you all the possibilities and all the information that you need in order to apply successfully. Okay. Now, I didn't want to finish this presentation without giving you this great example. This is Juan Camilo Gutierrez. And you may be thinking, who is Juan Camilo Gutierrez? Well, he was, because he's not a teacher anymore, because he's in the States at this point. He traveled almost a month ago. He's an English teacher at Centro Colombo Americano Manizales. He applied to linguistics, TESOL, and look at this. He applied to all those universities that you have in the list. As you could see, right next to the university, you have some numbers in red. Um, you could see that he was accepted to Ball State University, and he got, which is in Indiana, he got $42,193 for scholarships. He also was accepted to Purdue University, which is a top university. He got $52,040 for a scholarship. He also applied for Southern Illinois University. He got $42,193. He also applied to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and he got 59,953. And he also got accepted to University of Pennsylvania, and they offered him a very generous, actually the highest one, a very generous offer or financial offer of 71,980. Believe it or not, uh, this student he did an excellent job, really, really dedicated to his process and really disciplined. He actually went to the university that is highlighted or that is in bold letters. He went to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where he was offered 59,953. Why did he go to that university and he didn't choose the other ones? Because this university actually was the one he liked the most, or more than the university, he really loved the program. You might be thinking, oh my God, but he actually passed up on universities like University of Pennsylvania or universities as Purdue University. At the end of the day, you need to make decisions. See, he was accepted by five
Is there
universities.
any
Out of the five
GPS or
universities, he got
map
full
information?
financial aid. But at the end of the day, it was just a process of deciding where he wanted to go based on the academic offering of the university. So it was a long discussion. And by the way, Juan Camilo belongs or used to belong to a program called Opportunity Funds. This is the flagship program from Education USA. So please, what you need to do is just make sure that you follow us on Instagram or Facebook and you apply if you want next year. The program does is not a scholarship, but this Opportunity Funds is a program that is going to cover all the costs for all the process that you need to follow in order to apply to different universities. So it's a very interesting program. Juan Camilo was part of it, and this is how he actually ended up going to this Urbana Champaign University. Okay. Um, how can you find us? Uh, you could talk to us here in this email address, which is bogota@educationusa.org. Here in Bogota specifically, and you know, just different from other cities, here in Bogota, our services is totally free. You don't have to pay for anything. And the idea is that um, you choose or you look for an advising center that is closest to your house. Okay. So I don't know if there are any questions, if you would like me to expand on something. So if you can tell me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel, for this interesting speech. And we have one question from Isaac Daniel Jimenez Carrascal. His question is the following: is there any GPA score you recommend having before applying, as well as what you have in one's CV?
Okay. So the first question is whether if there is a number that I could give you. I would say, Isaac, try to get the highest score possible. Try to do as well as you could do. And it's a very good question because sometimes they say, you know what, I was not the best student, but I never failed a class. My GPA was, let's say, 3.8 over 5, which is not a very good score. I would say ideally you need to get above 4, between 4.2 and 4.8. That's a good score. But let's say that you didn't get it. Um, there are different factors that are going to influence or that are going to determine that at the end of the day you will be accepted or not. I have the opposite. I have students with excellent GPAs, but at the end of the day, they didn't write a very good statement of purpose. Their recommendation letters were a little bit weak, and at the end of the day, they didn't follow a very good process. They didn't apply on time. So grades or GPA in general, yes, is a very good factor to be accepted to a master's degree, but it's not the only one. Okay. And the second part of the question, what was that?
The second question,
Yeah,
sorry.
can you tell me this?
Yes,
Yeah.
as well as what to have in one's CV.
Okay. What should you include in your CV? In your CV, you
Estamos en
should include
preguntas.
all the experience that you have, um, but you need to be clever. and you need to be, because of course maybe you have experience and it's not related to teaching. At some point, all of us have had work experiences that are not related to teaching directly. Should be related to uh, your work as a teacher. Number one. Number two, in your CV, if only if you have any research experience, that should also be over there.
Mhm.
Even better if you have anything like papers that you have actually that you have indexed or that you have published or any other. A lot of teachers, including myself, we used to do action research. Remember that, based on experience, and that's a beautiful way to show that you are also interested. That counts too. If you have conclusions, if you have a paper to show that you were actually following up on your action research, you can also show that and include it in your CV. Uh, so conclusion is pretty much include everything you could do in terms of um, work or like teaching related work. Number two, just make sure that you include research if you have anything like that. And number three, also try to have something really well organized, because I have seen some CVs that sometimes a little bit difficult to follow through, or they don't show that much professionalism because they are a little bit scattered all over, and then they are not very well organized.
Mhm.
That's pretty much what I would say.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. And there are no more questions on the chat. We don't have more questions.
Okay,
Okay,
now
so
thank you
yes.
so very much.
Children to lead with this mindset where nature comes first and to think in interdisciplinary